Okay, I'll call the May 18th Study Commission to order. Can we please have our Pledge of Allegiance and prayer? Okay, I have Lori Casey, Cindy Purdue-Dolan, Ben Thielen, Matt Steppen, Raylan Brandel, Dan Dennehy, Chad Silk, Cindy Shaw, and Mary McCormick, all in attendance tonight. Thank you all. Public comment on any item on the agenda. Public comment on any item not on the agenda but within the jurisdiction of the Study Commission. Okay, so moving on, can I have approval of the minutes of the meeting held on May 11th, 2026? Ms. Shaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did read them too, by the way, just saying. I would jump in. Yeah, I would move to approve the meeting minutes from May 11th, 2026.
Is there a second? So I have a motion by Shaw and a second by Thielen. All those in favor, please signify
Madam
by
Chair.
saying aye. Excuse me?
I do have a question because
Yep.
I don't know if this is the proper place to ask this, but I would like to segregate out the communication from the Silver Bow Fire Council because there's some items on there that I would like some clarification on, specifically when they're talking about the new tax district and the taxing districts. So I don't have any problems with the minutes per se, but I don't know what the process is. I just don't want to say that, oh, well, we approved the minutes, so we can't talk about that communication that was attached to the minutes.
I think that that particular piece of information is germane to tonight's discussion, so if we want to just roll it into the new business, would that
Okay.
be acceptable?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. We had several correspondences via email this week. We had one today from Allie Fortune. We had a communication from Barbara Miller last week that she wanted included in the May 6th or May 4th minutes, and those were added there. We had one from Jim Fisher, and we had one from Anthony Roth. And so please, if you didn't receive all of those, let me know. I believe I forwarded everybody's if they weren't CC'd to the entire study commission. Pardon? Okay, I'll double check. Ms. McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did receive the one from Allie Fortune, and I did receive the one from Anthony Roth. But I didn't receive anything from Jim Fisher or the other one, and I guess I'd kind of like to see them to see what they had to say.
Barb Miller was last week too, before that meeting, so.
I got hers and read it,
okay.
yeah, but not from Jim Fisher.
Okay. You know what, I think what's going on is they're being sent to the Butte-Silver Bow Study Commission, so unless you're not, I think they're not coming to everybody's email, so let me forward that really quick. Okay.
No.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Ms. Shaw?
Yeah, actually, Bruce Graving called me and he wanted to know if his letter could be read into the record.
Okay.
So
Do you have
Can we-
the letter?
I have it, yeah. It's actually, it came to all of us.
Okay.
I didn't get that one either.
I don't recall that one as well.
Pardon?
Yeah, I don't recall that one, Ms. Shaw.
Well, you know, he probably just sent it to me, but it's on our email, sorry. Yeah, that's what happened. I was going to have him send it to me, and then I was going to send it to everyone else, but he just did this like at 4:30 this evening. So would you like me to read it into the record?
That would be great.
Okay, all right. This is from Bruce Graving. See, he's at 1140 West Platinum Street. Greetings to the Butte-Silver Study Commission. I spoke in favor of the mayor-city manager structure at the public meeting held at Northwestern's conference room. I also provided comments on the questionnaire suggesting 6 elected commissioners by adding 2 at-large positions. After further thought, I feel it is important that you also make the commissioners part-time or pay a stipend. Much of the demand on current commissioners' time is with operational issues, dogs, streets, garbage, neighborhood decay, etc. With the restructuring to mayor-city manager, most of these issues will be the responsibility of the city manager. I feel that full-time commissioners will tend to see their role as dealing with those issues rather than acting in a policy-making role. Also, with less council time required to deal with expenditures, the scope and time commitments for council meetings should also diminish. Finally, making the positions full-time may limit the candidate pool. The study commission also stressed that the mayor position should not be viewed solely as a ceremonial one. Consistent with that view, it would be appropriate for the mayor to establish the agenda for council meetings with input from the city manager. Thought ought to be given to making the mayor position part-time or with a stipend as well. Having 2 at-large commissioners will also position the council to play a stronger policy role. And then in conclusion, he says, I apologize for the delay in submitting these comments and hope you can give them some thought prior to finalizing the process. Regards, Bruce Graving.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw. Were there any other correspondences? Okay. Ms. Dolan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would it be possible to read Jim Fisher's letter, since we didn't get that before we begin tonight, so we know what his, I got all the other ones, but not Fisher's. Thanks.
Okay, so May 14th was the date of his email. It says, Commission members, good day. Hope all is well. Thank you for your service and all you have done to improve our community of Butte-Silver Bow. In regard to the 2 options offered in the fire services section, I have a possible 3rd option that may appeal to some residents. The 2 options offered are by great input from our community in both the paid and fire, excuse me, let me get this to be a little bit bigger. The 2 options offered are by great input from our community in both the paid and volunteer fire departments. I truly appreciate all your efforts in trying to give both sides an option for resolving many issues between the 2 departments. The 3rd option I would like to be considered would be to keep the charter the same except for separating the duties of the paid fire chief and fire services director. Hiring an independent director of fire services to be appointed by the BSB Council of Commissioners. This is in section 7.03F of the current charter. In the original charter in 1977, this was the way it was, separate duties, and later revised to possibly save money. It has not worked. My point is the current chief executive appoints the paid fire chief, who is currently also the director of fire services. The BSB Council of Commissioners may be able to appoint an independent person more in touch with both the paid fire department and the volunteers, making decisions that may help resolve some of the concerns of both departments without having to change taxing formulas. Your consideration of this proposal is greatly appreciated. Once again, thank you for your service to our community. Greatly appreciated, and best wishes, Jim Fisher. Commissioners, I apologize that things that are coming to Butte-Silver Bow Study Commission, I am misinterpreting as going to everybody. I will make sure that those get to everybody. And I thought I was forwarding them to Ms. Adams, who apparently is also not getting them, so I will double check my process. Anything else that folks would like read into the record? All right, so moving on to our, we don't have any unfinished business other than we are discussing the fire services tonight, which we've listed under new business. And so, Ms. Casey, would you like to lead off with your questions from the letter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The questions or clarification I was wanting was regarding the taxing districts. I agree that they're not new, that they had that authority when they organized into volunteer fire departments. But in reading between the lines, I guess, I get the impression that maybe the volunteer fire departments are not going to do a special district tax, if you will, for each department, but rather they may want their portion from the uniform taxing district. And the reason I say that is because by Mr. Ross' communication, he's worried about the paid volunteers not having enough money. And they're talking, and in this, and I believe even later in this communication, it talks about giving the districts their money. And so right now, their money would only be what's the money that's going into the Unified Fire District. And so legally, I guess in my mind, that district went through the process to go into the Uniform Fire Fund, and that fund was for both the paid and volunteers. And so does that have to be redone if option one were to be approved by the people and volunteers go out on their own? Would that completely have to be redone? Would it remain with Butte-Silver Bow paid because the volunteers would be out? Kind of would like some clarification, if anybody has some, and maybe there isn't any, but I think that's important because as I look there, I guess first of all, there's a difference between their district boundaries of what they can tax and the boundaries that they service for their area for an emergency. And when I look at the map, and I know it's a draft map of their districts, a lot of them are pretty small. And I would worry about whether they could actually have the funding they need.
Mr. Enruth?
Commissioner Casey, Council, Montana law specifically allows for rural fire districts and volunteer fire districts to levy special taxes for their operations. When the city-county consolidated, they brought in the rural fire districts, which then became volunteer fire districts under our charter. In my opinion, as the charter should be operating, is that Butte-Silver Bow County should be providing the funds for all of those. However, if they are removed from the charter, they are then on their own. They have to levy their own special taxing districts. I've clarified that not only with myself and individuals in my office, but through Danette Gleason and the Budget Authority Office. If they're on their own, they have to go through the state law, which is what governs them, which allows them to establish special taxing districts. The real question becomes, is because we are an incorporated municipality, if they are now removed from the charter, are they considered rural fire departments like they originally were, or volunteers again, because the distinction is specific? If they're rural, they're not going to be able to establish within the incorporated municipality, which is Butte-Silver Bow County. That's the question that I've had, that I've relayed to this council a couple of times, that I do not know if removing them causes them to either completely disappear or have to reestablish their taxing districts. There is also the argument that their taxing districts are still in place because they were never technically gotten rid of. I believe the counter argument to that is that Butte-Silver Bow County consolidated. However, there is an Attorney General opinion that states they still have their taxing and budgetary authority, which would, lean to the argument that they still can levy special taxes. However, the Uniform Fire District tax is specific. It's for Butte-Silver Bow County Fire Services. If volunteers are not part of the charter, they're not part of the tax. They would have to get the taxes on their own, in my opinion, and the Budget Office's opinion, Danette Gleason's, and a couple other outside attorneys.
Thank you.
Ms. Dolan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, County Attorney Enruth, can you explain to us then the argument, continue that argument with regard to double taxation?
Commissioner Dolan, Council, there are a couple of Montana Supreme Court cases that deal with counties and cities overlapping. These ones specifically deal with roads and road maintenance. But I think that they're very applicable to this, that there's counties and cities have different services that they provide, different levels of services. So the counties and the cities were both able to levy a tax on the same road that everybody uses, however different services were provided. That's where I believe that if the volunteers are allowed by law to levy their special taxes again, that it is not double taxation, because it is a different service than what career firefighters are providing. Volunteer firefighters provide a lot of wildland firefighting and things like that. So it is, in my opinion, a different service. They have different classifications, different certifications than the career departments. So that's where I do not think you would get a double. I think you could beat the double taxation argument. Is both of them would be allowed, particularly because Montana law also allows for that. It allows for rural fire departments to levy special taxes. The question just becomes is, would they be able to continue to do that inside of an incorporated municipality? And that is a court question, legitimately, as it's never been answered.
Ms. Dolan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick follow-up. I thought that at the beginning when we started the study commission, but in time, we've gotten more and more information from both the paid and the volunteers, and it seems to me over time we've been educated that the volunteers do a lot of the same things. It's not just, I was under the impression it was just wildland fire and out in the field and those kinds of things, but I've since been educated that it's more with parallel certifications and structure fires and things like that. It's not just wildland. So I think all of this discussion has really muddied the waters on trying to figure out clear cut what is the answer. And so I think it's lending itself to make our jobs very difficult at this point.
Commissioner Dolan, I don't disagree with you. There is no clear-cut answer. Obviously, we all know that anybody can file a lawsuit. I genuinely think, after looking at it, that they do provide two different services. A court and a district court judge and the Montana Supreme Court could disagree with me. It was I believe that the volunteers had that similar position as well, that it was not a double taxation position. However, again, a Montana District Court could rule otherwise, but there is an argument for it, because I do think that they do provide some different services.
Ms. McCormick?
This question's for the county attorney. I just want clarification to make sure I understood what you said, that when the volunteer, at the time of the consolidation, that is when the volunteer districts or rural districts, volunteer rural, gave up their taxing authority at consolidation?
Chairman Brando, Commission, Council, I'm sorry, Ms. McCormick. The volunteers have always argued that they have retained their budgetary authority. That's why they requested the Attorney General's opinion on it. That, I believe, without putting words in their mouth, has been their position. They've retained their boards of trustees and have retained authority over their budgets. The question is, when they were consolidated into the charter, did that affect their taxing districts independently of Butte-Silver County and Butte-Silver County's taxing authority? Which is the question, is if the volunteers are removed from the charter, if they have the ability to either reestablish their old taxing districts or establish new ones. Because again, and in my opinion, and the opinion of several other attorneys in the budget office, is that under our uniform fire district tax, if you are no longer a part of our charter, you are no longer part of receiving that tax. There are certain statutes out there that specifically state levied taxes are to be used for what they were purported to the public to be used for, which that one is Butte-Silver Fire Services, not outside volunteer or rural fire services, unless they're incorporated in the charter. If that clarified it, sorry.
Mr. Enruth, you said at the beginning that volunteer and rural fire districts can levy tax. Can you point me to where volunteers can levy? It sounded to me like volunteers and rural were different animals.
Chairwoman Brandel, excuse me. When you look at the statutes, they intermingle the rule and volunteer definitions quite a bit. However, if you look specifically to the code, Montana Code Annotated, which I believe is 733-2102, it states that rural fire departments are allowed to levy the special taxes, or they can establish their taxing districts. And then there's another statute that goes with it that I can't remember off the top of my head. But that is the problem with the volunteer and rural fire department statutes in code, is it does appear that they've used those two definitions interchangeably, but when you look at the taxing district statutes themselves, it does only say rural.
So am I interpreting correctly, when you were referring to that we are an incorporated municipality, those words in the beginning of our charter in section 1.01 might preclude what we describe as our volunteer fire districts from reestablishing a taxing authority because they're not truly rural? Is that correct?
Correct, that's an argument that could be made.
So we have various risks here in either option, as I see it. So we would have risks of the volunteers being able to truly establish or assert their taxing authority if they were removed from the charter. And then a second risk would be if they were removed from the charter and they do assert their taxing authority and they're allowed to do that, we would chop up that fire services budget.
Correct, Chairman Brandel. There's three there. Option or one, if they're removed, whether or not they have the authority to tax. Two, if they do have the authority to tax. And then three, if they have the authority to tax, is it, as Commissioner Casey said, enough to actually support some of the more smaller departments?
Thank you for those clarifications. Other questions regarding that particular piece of last week's meeting? Ms. Casey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think you may have answered part of this, but we have heard where the volunteers, if they could not fund individually the 9, that some of them or all of them may consolidate into one district. So the law talks about that the consolidation of the city-county government did not affect their status as a volunteer fire department because they were established prior to our consolidation. But does that affect if they come and they want to consolidate after the fact that the city-county government has already consolidated? Do you see what I'm saying? Like now, prior to consolidation, we had 9 departments, let's just say. And then now after we've consolidated and been consolidated for some almost 50 years, they now want to consolidate into 3 volunteer fire departments. Does the law of when they were established come into play with that?
I think, Chairman Brandel, Commissioner Casey, I think the Attorney General's opinion is what you need to look to there, because the Attorney General's opinion states that they've retained their trustee authority. So under state statute, it's their trustees that would have to vote to consolidate. So there is an argument that they would still have the authority to be able to consolidate given that, unless a district court overrules the Attorney General opinion.
Any more discussion of this particular issue? Mr. Enruth, did you hear back from Secretary of State?
Chairman Brandel, no, I did not hear back from Dan Clark or from the Secretary of State. Emails went out bright and early Tuesday morning. I did hear from one of the Council of Commissioners that Dan Clark in his office has been going around the state to other study commissions and helping. The email that I received back from Mr. Clark's office is that you have been issued a ticket. Here's your ticket number. We will respond accordingly. I've never gotten that before. That was new. I did look back, though. The original email that I sent to Mr. Clark regarding questions on the ballot was actually sent in October of 25, not February. So with that being said, the options for tonight with regards to how the council wishes to proceed forward, if the council wishes to present a 3-part question to the Secretary of State, the worst case scenario is they shut it down and they tell us no, since they haven't told us no yet. However, I think the supporting argument for a three-part question with regards to fire services is number one, under 7-3, 150 or 151. That's the one that lays out the structure of the question specifically to form of government. This is not a form of government question. When you look at it and you look at the issues that have been presented to this council and how it should be voted on, and I go back to Commissioner Perdue-Dolan's statement throughout all of this is a fairness statement. In all reality, I think you should be able to ask a three-part question in that certain scenario. They may disagree with me, but one, it is not a form of government question. Two, it makes sense to ask it that way. However, if they shut it down, they shut the question down in a three-part manner. But that's, in my opinion, if we wanted to write it up and get it to them quickly, and they said no, that's fine, but that is all obviously up to the pleasure of the council on whether or not it's actually voted on to be presented that way or not.
Thank you.
Yep.
Ms. Casey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for the working committee of the fire. We just recently had the two communications, and I think it came up from Commissioner Thielen several times about separating the duties of the fire director. Did you guys discuss that, or did you rule it out for a particular reason that maybe came up, or was it just because one group wanted the option 2, one group wanted option 1?
Well, I still think it's probably the best option, but it seemed like it was skimmed over a little bit, and it wound up going option 1 or option 2. But I still, in my heart of hearts, think that we need a separate director of fire services. And Mr. Enruth had told us when I brought this to everybody that we couldn't have 2 chiefs. Well, I don't know why you couldn't. One's volunteer and one's paid. It's no different than having a director of fire services, I wouldn't think.
Mr. Enruth.
The way that it's, Commissioner Brandel, Chairman Brandel, Commissioner Thielen, the way that you guys want to present it with the director of fire services and a fire chief is appropriate under our charter because those are 2 employed positions. In order to get a volunteer chief, you would actually have to have all of the volunteers. They would have to elect 1 chief. My opinion is hiring a volunteer chief under the charter as a Butte-Silver County position kind of negated the purposes of having your volunteer chief. That's where I was getting is what you couldn't have chiefs of both because you're making a volunteer position an actual county position. But your director of fire services is your overall, be the overall seer of everything, and then you have a paid fire chief. I did think that fit your bill.
Well, yeah, and I see what you're saying there, but I still think that if we had a volunteer chief, somebody that was elected by the volunteers, and a director of fire services, that director could mandate, hey, y'all work together. We need these guys to all be on the same page. They all need to be trained the same way. So Station 1 and Home Atherton, or Station 2 and whomever, so that they're all on the same page and nobody's getting hurt. I don't want to see nothing happen to him or anybody else. I ride motorcycles with Mr. Roth. I have in the past, but I don't want to see anything happen to anybody. I still think that option, partly what Mr. Fisher put forth, in my heart of hearts, I still think is the best one.
Mr. Seppin, you had your finger up, and then I'll take you, Ms. Dolan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I look back to what I understand is the problem we were trying to solve was that there is ambiguity in our charter, and that our goal was to remove the ambiguity so that differing opinions could be vetted through the charter, right? And so while I don't disagree with that step potentially helping bring parties to the table, it's the ambiguity within the charter, as I see it, was the problem that we were trying to solve. And so that we presented options that removed that ambiguity. And I don't see how that is a solution to removing the ambiguity that is currently within the charter.
Ms. Dolan, then I'll take you, Mr. Thielen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think to answer Lori's question, we got together and we were trying to figure out the path forward to try and clear up that ambiguity. And we have been working on a schedule and the premise that we would be able to get 2 options and the status quo on the ballot. So now that that's been up in the air now, and then, of course, the discussion earlier tonight just about all of the risks and all of the things that could happen. Of course, we can't, we don't have a crystal ball, but the problem I'm seeing is, I guess it's first of all, it's frustration. It's a continued frustration that we all are feeling right now, but a year and a half in, that we have all this ambiguity still with our process. I really appreciated Commissioner Fisher's letter, or Jim as Jim Fisher, not maybe as a commissioner, but with his thought of, do we have time, and I guess this is my biggest question, that I would like to see us take a step back and possibly work through with the paid folks, with the volunteers, come up with, if we have to go to Plan B of an option and the status quo, what would that option look like? And so I would feel better knowing what we know today and all of the frustration that goes along with it, if we could take a step back and figure out an option 3 to Ben's point of, can we look closer at divvying up those responsibilities and maybe come up with an option 3 that would be one that could include a little bit of both. And I don't know at this late hour if we can do that. There's been suggestions of taking everything off the ballot. And so, but that frustrates me almost even more because of all the work we've done. But that said, I don't want to put this community in a pickle where, if one option or the other is voted on, all of a sudden we have a mass exodus of firefighters in either branch or either option. So there's so many things to think about, and the fact that tonight, as of right now, we don't have an opinion from the Secretary of State or from the MSU Center, I think that puts us again behind the 8 ball. I don't know what we can do at this point, but I just thought I'd voice those concerns. Thanks.
I have Mr. Thielen, and I think I have Ms. Shaw, and then Mr. Enruth. Okay. Do we need to go ahead and
Sorry,
give us
everybody,
a
I don't mean
response?
to jump in front of everybody. Do we have any other questions for me? I have graduation I got to get to here in 20 minutes.
I'm sure we do have questions, Mr. Enruth. I will write those down and then send those in text or email if you can
Thank you.
get that to us. Thank
Yes.
you. And congratulations. Okay, so I have Mr. Thielen, Ms. Shaw, and then Mr. Steppen. And Mr. Silk.
All right, well, you talk about frustration and ambiguity and all that. I think all of us, all we have done, quite honestly, is decide whether Sean Frederickson's department should be weeded out, made its own, or the director of the Humane Society is a director or manager. And quite honestly, I think it's BS. We got elected to take charge and take care of the charter to get rid of the ambiguity, and we haven't done any of that. And I think we all ought to be ashamed. There's not one thing that's got done except for all this nonsense with the firefighters. And I'm going to go a little bit further, and I'm probably going to piss some of the volunteers off. If you guys want to quit, go ahead and quit, because the new ones that come on are going to be just fine. And the same thing with the paid. If you guys want to quit, they can hire somebody that wants to do the job. You guys need to work together, quit being a bunch of crybabies, and do the job. Otherwise, go home. Take your trucks and go home. That's all I got.
Thank you, Mr. Thielen. And I will follow up that comment with the comment in that the study commission has done a lot of work. We have talked about city county manager. We've talked about reducing the number of commissioners, very important and germane issues to this community. And yes, I agree with you that fire service has taken a lot of our time. And I agree that we have a leadership need here to come together and really try to problem solve. And so I agree with you, and I hear your frustrations. Ms. Shaw.
Oh, I think the younger of the two of us is next. Mr. Steppen.
Okay, we'll let Mr. Steppen go, then we'll go. Then we could keep the younger thing going if you like, and I can go to Mr. Silk after Mr. Steppen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm thinking back to some of the earlier meetings that we'd had with both career and volunteer leadership. And before we sat down and said, all right, let's put a set of binary options together, one thing I really appreciated about your approach, Commissioner Perdue-Dolan, was you always asked the question at the outset, what are you willing to compromise to try and reach an agreement? And I think about that meeting with volunteer leadership, and their position was clear at that time, was independence or nothing. That was my interpretation of that conversation. And that was, in my opinion, what brought us to the binary option, because we felt that in order to remove the ambiguity, we wanted two clear options with very different approaches, and to let the public weigh in on those options. And while I agree, the frustration of not knowing at this point in the game what we're truly allowed to do and not is frustrating. I feel that too. But I'll say that we posed the questions to the public, and we got pretty clear feedback, as clear as any question that we asked. That question had the most response and the largest disparity in the selections outside of the neighborhood council question. So I don't know that anything that we've learned necessarily needs to change our job of choosing options that the people have provided the feedback on. And so, I mean, assuming that a three option question is the preference of the group, I think it would do us well to have the conversation, debate, and potential vote on what we're going to do in the case that we're told no. And I think, like I said, I think that the question's been posed to the public, and we've gotten pretty clear feedback from the public on what they believe to be the best option.
Ms. Shaw. So I'm going to go Shaw, Silk, Dennehy.
Sounds like the reverse alphabetical order, but that's okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I really appreciate that, Matt. And the four of us, Ben and Commissioner Thielen and Commissioner Perdue-Dolan and Steppen, myself, were on that steering committee. I can remember our first couple of meetings were we were really freshmen. We were trying to learn and, get feedback from these folks that were very, very adamant and very passionate about what they wanted. And they just wanted out of the charter. It was very clear. That was way before we knew anything about what we could or couldn't do on a ballot. This thing just really has completely thrown me for a loop. I just can't believe that suddenly now we have to pick one option. Well, I don't think that's fair, even though we have heard very clearly from the citizens, it still comes down to the final vote. We're talking about thousands of votes that we're going to get, and who knows? I mean, it's a crapshoot. You know, we could say something has only a 35%, like with our surveys and that, but it could completely go the other way. I have to remember that too. But I'm really glad for the people that did come and give us their comments. I'm just upset about it, and I don't think it's fair, even for the people that voted for 1 or 2, to not have both 1 and 2 on the ballot. Just, to me, in a way, and I'm just going to say, like, I'm going to take a little cue from Ben here. We're talking about leadership issues, and we have no. I looked at our red light, green light thing. We have no authority about changing leadership or getting after leadership or demanding and compelling leadership to do their jobs. I'm just saying our own governor said that it was our problem, and that's problematic to me because we don't have that authority, but we do want to know what the citizens say, but they aren't anywhere near as educated as we are, and we're as educated as anybody, I suppose, and we still can't come up with a consensus. And it's just so darn frustrating. And I honestly, in the long run, I almost feel like we should just take it off the ballot because we can't make everybody happy. And then if we can't even have an option for both the 2 entities, that to me causes even more confusion. So that's just my thought on it. Thanks.
Mr. Silk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just been listening to some of the comments going through this, and I'm going to try to just articulate my way down the line. I've been hearing that, well, let's bring it back to what it was like before consolidation. There's half this people in the community that weren't even alive before consolidation happened. How did it work, truly? We think that we know, we hear this, we hear that. And then at the beginning of this process, we heard that the leadership issue has just been since the new director of fire services. In the volunteers document, it says here, after nearly 50 years of governance disputes, because of our charter, the way that it's written, and the ambiguity in it, imagine trying to be a leader within a department where Butte-Silver says, yep, you're in charge, but then the state is used as a roadblock to be like, oh no, we're going to follow under rural district law. How confusing, how hard would it be for every one of us to be a leader in the charter government like that? Mr. Steppen said it correctly, the ambiguity is where it's at. I believe that there would be all of the directors prior and into the future would be set up for success if our charter read the correct way. I feel that by saying, hey, we need to go back to what it was like. Okay, so let me go through this example. Say there's a director of fire services that is just voted on. That position that we have heard through our process of city managers, some people don't like that the legislative branch is voting on leaders in the executive side. So just by doing that, we would have to totally remove the fire department away from the executive branch. But then my question is to everyone who wants that, the blame is just going to get passed to that person. It's going to go to one other person because the problems are the same, because our charter is what is wrong. The charter does not set the department up for success. So I feel that this last-ditch effort to try to go ahead and get something else on the ballot instead of 1 or 2 is somewhat disingenuous. I know that when, even I felt this, when option 1 was going to go on the ballot, the volunteers didn't realize that their districts might not exist, right? Because we just found that out too. That is why I believe this is a last-ditch effort. Option 1 was not thoroughly thought out. It was a wish, but legally not went all the way through to make sure it was legal or not. We have a chief executive that we, Madam Chair, presented to, and Mr. Gallagher might not want a city manager within our community, but we still put it on the ballot. We didn't say, no, we're not going to do that because a group of people don't want it. County commissioners, which I felt some of them didn't want a reduction of council commissioners, we still put that on the ballot because we're able to make hard decisions and we got elected to do it. And then I also hear that there's going to be some group that's mad or not. That's the way the world works when you make hard decisions. The problem is no one's made the hard decision yet because we haven't had the opportunity for change. I don't want to be a part of just not doing anything because I want the public to decide whether they don't want to do anything with status quo or they want option 1 or option 2. I don't think it's our job to back out of it and punt it again, which we've been talking about for a long time. I have a lot of other things to say too. I just want to make sure that everyone gets their time and without me going on a rant, but we were elected to make hard decisions. If this makes some people mad, so be it. We're not mandating this or that. We're letting the community decide this or that. Now, would we have to pick an option? Yeah, that's what we were elected to do. Thank you.
Mr. Dennehy.
Madam Chair, members of the commission. Yeah, at the final hour, a lot of people become smarter. They listened for a year or 16 months about some of the options that we're talking about. I think the working committee on the fire issue was extremely well thought in their ideas, giving them time to hear both sides of whether or not we should have volunteer districts that are completely out of the charter. And if I recall right, when we were first coming to these decisions, I think the volunteer fire departments asked for that language, that they would be removed from the charter. I believe that was the case. And I believe who said that was the case was their attorney. And so my idea was, okay, let's see how that goes. And then we have this third option, well, actually now a fourth option. Well, you know, the chief executive appoints the paid fire chief, and now we should take the director of fire service and make it both a paid fire department, made up of both the paid fire department and the volunteers, and call one a director of fire service and the other one the fire chief. I think that's a nice compromise, but in option 2, when the fire working group came up with it, it says here, as part of this option, the charter would also recognize the position of a volunteer fire coordinator. Coordinator would serve as a formal designee liaison between volunteer membership and the director of fire services, and would communicate volunteer concepts, operational needs, and recommendations in an organized and consistent manner. So we're just changing names. And I would have to agree that we were put on this commission to make hard decisions. If everything was perfect and the Secretary of State of Montana comes and says, you can have 3, well, that's great. I think all our problems are solved. But I think if that's not the case, we should pick status quo for the existing charter or one of the 2 options and go forward. We have spent most of our time, excuse me, that's not fair. We've spent a good deal of our time regarding this, and we've seen the survey results from this particular issue. And I think whether or not it gets adjudicated or whether or not we get sued or maybe having the district court find what the final decision would be and have the Supreme Court either affirm or deny that decision, maybe that's how it should go. Maybe that's the process. But to delay this and next week we'll have an option 7. Oh, well, we don't like that, so let's change it to this. I think we should put it out there. And remember, we're given options. final decisions is the voters of this community. The voters will make the final decisions on all the good things that we have recommended to the voters. They're the final decision makers. And I think, I know this is frustrating. I know that we spent an awful time. I know that the working group, the fire working group, has gone overboard in trying to come up with a consensus. But sometimes policies, you don't get a consensus. Sometimes it's either or. Sometimes you have to make a decision. And I think this is the time. So I don't want to rant, as my colleagues say, but I've thought about it a lot, and now at the end of the hour, we have another option, so option 4 and 10. I think we should make a decision based on what you feel is right about yourself and move on. So I thank you for your time.
Ms. Dolan, if I may, I'd like to maybe direct us at this point, and then we can have discussion regarding some of that direction. But I think we do need to make some decisions. And so I think our first decision is to, it sounds like, and I don't know, we've just been, I'm just listening to what folks are saying. But if we could have a 3-part question, we would like that. And so I'd, like to entertain that discussion first. And then if we can't have the 3-part question, I agree. I think we need to have our plan B voted on tonight. If it would be, we're going to put option 1 on the ballot and the null, or we're going to put option 2 on the ballot and the null. And I want to remind folks, too, that it's not a foregone conclusion of those options, right? Because if we put, for removing the volunteers from the charter or for keeping the existing charter language, it can go either way, right? And so it could go that they're keeping the status quo. Same with option 2, for remaining the status quo or for, consolidating. So it's not a foregone conclusion of either option. So just to kind of keep that in our minds, that if we use our, we prefer the 3-part, but if we go to the binary, it is truly up to the voters at that point, even though we might not like one or the other personally. So if I could, I'd like to have that discussion about, do we want to go forward with the 3-part if, to float it out there, I guess. And so I don't know, Ms. Dolan, if you had that, and then I can take Ms. McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My thought to your question, and I have something else I want to say as well, but I don't know if we can vote tonight because we just don't know how to move forward. And I think it's almost premature to say, well, we'll vote on this if this is going to be the decision of the Secretary of State, or we're going to vote on this. Am I understanding you right? To do that? Because I just don't think it's appropriate until we get a decision from the Secretary of State to say, well, we'll do this, and if not, we'll do that. I want to get the facts first. So enlighten me if I'm missing the boat here.
I don't know about precedent. I think that we are allowed to have choices that, we would prefer. And I don't know if that's the preference of this group, that they want a 3-part, that we want a 3-part question. Based on our county attorney's opinion, he believes we are entitled to a 3-part question in his interpretation of the law. And then, he did recommend before he left that we have our second plan in play, that we know what we would do should the Secretary of State come back and say no. And the reason is we're on the clock. July 7th is coming, and we have to have that final report ready by then. And so I think we don't have time to deliberate longer as much as we might want to. Follow up, and then I'll take Ms. McCormick.
Sorry, make sure I'm on. Okay. I also want to put on the record, I agree with Mr. Steppen and our fire group. We went painstakingly to come up with 2 distinct options. But there's a big but here, because since the time we met as a fire group and came up with these we thought viable options, and to Mr. Dennehy's point of coming up with something both sides wanted. And it's like, when we came from House Bill 547, that veto, and we have a study commission. So we came up with these options, and you're right, option 1, the volunteers asked to come out of the charter. But, however, since that time of our study group, to today, in those many weeks, we have had such confusing, conflicting opinions from our county attorney, and with regard to taxing districts, what the maps look like, what the taxes look like, double taxation, the fiscal note conversation. First, we weren't supposed to have a fiscal note, and then in a council commission meeting, it was said we do need a fiscal note, and then that was backtracked again. So we are essentially working on options that we have totally confused the public and not on our own. I mean, we have been trying to figure this out, but with the conflicting attorney general's opinions, and we've been trying as best as we could in the fire group to get through that confusion. But since the time we finished meeting as a fire group to today, there's been nothing but confusion. So that's what really frustrates me sitting here tonight, because I'd love to, enthusiastically vote for the 3, option 1, option 2, and status quo to be put on the ballot. But sitting here tonight and knowing how much confusion these many weeks have been in our listening sessions, and giving them information and then backtracking and going, well, maybe we're not going to emphasize that. It's extremely disconcerting to know that block of time has made everything more confusing. And I've used that word so much, so sorry about that. But that's kind of where I'm sitting right now. And I'd love to be able to vote wholeheartedly for the 3, but I just don't know if I can. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I greatly appreciate the work that the working committee did on this and has brought so much new information forward. I appreciate listening to all the volunteers and to all the paid people, and there's been a lot of information brought, and that to me is extremely valuable. It's not for naught. It's extremely valuable what's gone on. But I have become so, in recent weeks, just very uncertain about the legal uncertainties in both of the options that we were proposing. And somehow, to me, it just doesn't seem right to be proposing for people to vote on things, both of them, that were fraught with legal issues. Those things should be decided beforehand. What's legal can we do and what we can't do. I think if we decide that we don't want to move forward, it's fine. I'm not ashamed at all. I think we've all worked hard. I think we're going to move forward and we're going to make a reasonable decision, and it may force this issue into the hands of our government leaders, who will now take the time, after hearing everything that's been said, hearing what the public wants, take the time to really sit down and figure these things out, get a good legal counsel, unbiased, somebody objective from outside the government to mediate and get these issues resolved. I think we could have an outstanding fire department of paid and volunteers, a healthy, good, proactive working department, but I don't think either one of those options that we have right now are going to get us there. And I know a lot of people voted for option 2, but I don't know if maybe the reason that some of them voted is because of what a lot of people don't want to vote for, and that's that wording, new taxes. And that really concerns me, if we have in some ways influenced the public towards an option based on something that I don't know may not be true.
Mr. Thielen.
Madam Chair, thank you. So we've all done our due diligence, right? Everybody here, we've all been working on this and everything else for 1.5 years. And what Ms. McCormick just said might be right. Maybe it's time we make a recommendation to the Council of Commissioners. They need to fix the charter language. We can set up what we believe it should be, and send it up to them and let them take care of it. I don't know. Maybe I'm way off base, but it seems to keep coming back to the language in the charter. Somewhere, somehow, it's got to be able to be fixed.
Mr. Steppen?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Unless I'm missing something, the bulk of the questions that are out there legally and otherwise are surrounding option 1. I'm not hearing a lot of issues with option 2 because as I see it, it's strengthening the language in the charter to what I believe was intended when that was put in, and creating a separate position in volunteer fire coordinator, which was offered up by the Director of Fire Services when the question was asked, what do you suggest you come to the table with to try and meet part way? And that was his suggestion based on a study done on fire services. That position was recommended, and it was his idea to put it in charter, to memorialize it. And so I don't disagree. There's a lot of questions around option 1 that, quite frankly, cause a lot of concerns. I think in me, I think we see it in the public's feedback. And so I don't know that that means that we strike a match to the process or that the process has worked to identify best options.
Folks, I appreciate our deliberations here, and I do want to move us along if we can. I think we need to figure out how we want to proceed. Ms. McCormick, I'll go ahead and take your comment.
Well, my only comment, thank you, Madam Chair. My comment is that, yes, I do think there's a lot of ambiguity or legal uncertainties in option 1, but I do think there's legal uncertainties in option 2, that we have been told that I just don't know. If we declare that we're a consolidated government and we're bringing these guys in, that's okay, then we don't have to pay attention to state law anymore. I don't know if that's true. I think the volunteers will have a case to say, you've removed us from state law. I don't know. I don't know. But that, to me, is just as big as uncertainty as how the taxing districts are going to work.
Ms. Casey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of my recommendations, to the extent that we would want to go forward with both options, is within our report, we talk about key implementation and legal considerations. And maybe that needs to be expanded upon in option 1 to include the information that we've heard tonight on taxing districts, because we did say new taxing districts, but this was a preliminary report. And my understanding from what I've read and through our coursework with MSU is the final report really becomes the educational piece for the voters out there. And so maybe, I think, people can sue or take legal action on almost anything. If everything was so clear-cut, there wouldn't be a need for attorneys as an occupation. So I think if we can make it as clear as we possibly can under the implementations and in the report on both sides, I think that would help, because that's where I struggled when I wanted clarification tonight, is because we did use that term, new taxing districts. And I do think a new tax and understanding how that funding would go, I think we could expand in our report, the final report, in that section, and maybe option 2 needs a little more work too. This kind of became our last piece of the report when it was done, and maybe it needs a little bit more in there that we could do, but I think as a final report, we want to make sure that it has everything in there, and I think that would be an option also that would help some of this. And that's just a suggestion I have.
Thank you. Ms. Dolan. Appreciate that. Thank you. Mr. Silk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to go back to one of the main reasons that option 2 has less legal implications is because the community, we don't decide, the community decides, and the community, when specifically stated in charter, gets to organize the fire service. The community gets to decide. It's not us. And that's something that needs to be, we need to know that and understand that, and that's black and white in MCA. And I'm looking for it right now. Once I find it, I'll go ahead and read the whole phrase, but that's something the county attorney brought to us really early on in this this process, and that was from the 1979 law, only 2 years after consolidation, where it was implemented in 79, unless specifically stated in charter.
Ms. Dolan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just comment that, putting it out there of new taxing districts, that's the headline. And whenever you try and make a retraction, the retraction is always minute in size and scope compared to what the headline was. So to try and I appreciate the idea of the preliminary report versus the final report, but once you get the word out and all new taxes and double taxation and all that confusion is really hard to rein that back in and make that clarification about, and it might be something totally different, but you're not going to get that same headline. You're going to get a clarification, and even a clarification is always put on page 35 versus the front page. And I'll also make a comment and a question, and unfortunately our county attorney had to leave, but the whole question about the 2-year versus the 10-year study commission changes to a charter, it was not Madison County, and that was several times discussed last week's meeting. Madison County runs by MCA and not by charter, and I tried to research and find out what county was actually did that, and I have no answer. I don't know that yet. I don't know if you got any clarification on that, Raylan. So that whole discussion last week was like, oh, news to me. I didn't know you could change a charter beyond the 10 years. And so we need clarification on that too, because we were told last week that all of a sudden you can change it every 2 years, but trying to research that in between last week's meeting and tonight, couldn't find a thing. So yet again, some more confusion.
How do we want to proceed, folks? Mr. Thielen?
Madam Chair, thank you. So, seeing how convoluted this all is, maybe we should just all stay on for the next 4 years, come once a month, and just make recommendations to the council. That's all.
Who was first? Mr. Silk?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to make a motion to have the default question resort back to the 3-part of option 1, 2, and 3 in this body to make a decision tonight. If there is only 2 answers for 1 question, pick one of the options in status quo, and look forward to the conversation on that motion. Thank you.
Okay, I want to make sure I've got this correct. So you're motioning to have us put forward a 3-part question and also make a decision. I think we can leave that part of the motion off. So then the second part can be, let's make a decision on what we would default to. Mr. Dennehy, you're shaking your head. Am I got this correct? So can you amend your motion, please?
Yes, I would like to amend my motion to have the priority of, with the approval of the Secretary of State, question have option 1, option 2, and status quo on the ballot if we are able to do so.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
So I have a motion by Silk and a second by Thielen. And so let's go ahead and discuss the 3-part option with the Secretary. Ms. Casey, and then I'll take you, Ms. Dolan.
Clarifying question, Madam Chair. Are we voting on I understand the 1, 2, 3 options, but are we also voting on the language that was presented by the county attorney for those options? In that motion, or is that different?
I think that was the understood, but perhaps we need to amend and clarify.
Okay, because Madam Chair, what, in my opinion, would need to be changed for the adoption, I guess it would kind of be option 2, because it says excluding the areas within the town of Walkerville, which is fine, but Melrose. Because when I looked up the folks that are in Divide, like along Pump House Road, they pay into the Wise River Fire Fund. So I don't know, we need a better description than Melrose area for that in the ballot language. And so I don't know if we're working on ballot language or if we're just voting on the 3 options, 1, 2, and 3. But that came to mind today when I was looking at that.
Right, and I think as we proceeded last week, we went ahead and agreed to tweaking the ballot language after we made a decision on that we wanted something to go. And I agree with you on that Melrose piece, because in visiting with the county treasurer, there's a inter-county agreement between Beaverhead, Butte-Silver, and Deer Lodge County. So they actually have 3 counties that are taxing them out there in some convoluted memorandum of understanding I don't even understand. And so, perhaps we need that language to be out as well. But Walkerville is named in the charter, I believe.
And makes it easier.
Correct. Okay, so to clarify our motion, I think it can stand as it was phrased by Mr. Silk, with the understanding that we would be working on the ballot language that was proposed by the county attorney. We're looking at the 3-part question. The form, I suppose. Structure of the question. Ms. Shaw?
Well said. That's exactly what I was going to say. All we're doing is yay or nay on a 3-part ballot. And it does say proposed amendments to the existing charter, but that also leaves an opening for us saying proposed. But that's all we're doing. And the charter, we're not saying that we have to accept this as part of the answer. So I agree.
Ms. Dolan?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for clarifying structure versus language, because I think we need to do some work on the language. But also, to the question, I do think that, ultimately, option 1, option 2, status quo is what the fire group really came to a consensus on, trying to appease both sides. But I would pose the question, between now and November, if we ultimately get this 3 different things on that one ballot question, and if it's okayed by the Secretary of State, I really feel that our commission, though we are not, it's not in our purview to lobby a specific option or status quo, it is incumbent upon us, since we gave out so much confusion. That's on us. That's on the process, and unfortunately or fortunately, it's we've got to come up with a plan of action to educate the public about both options and their viability or not, but to clean up all of that confusion with taxing districts and everything else, because if we can't make it clear to folks what the intent is or the possible ramifications thereof, then we're doing everyone a disservice.
Ms. Dolan, I would agree that we need to do our due diligence with the educational materials. And in our defense, for the record, I think that it's confusing because there are various opinions from different lawyers and different judges, and we are not lawyers or judges. So litigating this case as a commission it's impossible. We can only do our very best to say, here's what we understand related to these opinions. And, we got an opinion today, an off-the-record opinion today, that said that they can't tax, that they wouldn't be allowed to. But that's different than the county attorney's or the attorney general's opinion. And so I think there's going to be litigation about it, probably, but it's not our place. But I agree with you. We need to do our best to educate and inform as best we can, knowing what we know, understanding what we currently understand. Ms. Dolan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that. But I would also suggest and say that during our meetings, it's been very difficult to try and get a decisive answer in order to educate the public because of the difference of opinions, and they are opinions from our county attorney and from others, unless they are, in MCA or whatever, we were trying to make that distinction to satisfy both groups of folks that haven't been able to work together to get an answer for 50 years. That said, we must do the best we can to, and again, it goes back to scare tactics. We don't want to scare people and say you're not going to get protection. You're not going to, your taxes are going up or whatever. We got to put that aside and just focus on the viable options and say, yes, both have legal concerns, not just one or the other, and try and move forward.
Mr. Steppen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree. I think that we can do our level best to bring forward all the information that we understand to be true. The reality is, I think that there has to be a decision made by the public so that potential litigation can ensue, right? And that's okay. I think that at the end of the day, some of this needs legal decisions and not legal opinions. And I view it as we have an opportunity to set the baseline to be challenged by picking the options that we feel are best for the 35,000 people that live in this community, not necessarily the couple of hundred that work as career or volunteers. And so one of the reasons that I like the three options isn't because I'm not sure which one I think is best, but it's because the people voting on it means something different than us choosing the path. And if we have to choose a path, I think we need to choose a path. But there's something that I like about the public making the decision, because then you can challenge it, but you're challenging the will of the people. And so that's why I believe we put three options, two binary options, so that we could let the people decide. And I'm hopeful that we can do that. And if not, then I don't think that should prevent us from taking action so that we can set the baseline for it to be challenged, whichever direction that is.
Okay, folks, is there any further discussion on the question? We've been talking about it for an hour now, so if we're ready to proceed with vote, I'll start with Ms. McCormick. Ms. Shaw? Mr. Soak?
Aye.
Mr. Dennehy?
Aye.
Mr. Steppen?
Aye.
Mr. Thielen?
Aye.
Ms. Dolan? Ms. Casey?
Aye.
And I also vote aye. So I have 8 for and 1 opposed. Motion carries. Thank you. On the structure of a 3-part question, looking at the language. Let's go ahead and take each option as separate motions, because the option that we'd be voting on will be the one that we would bring to the ballot if we are not allowed the 3-part question. Does that make sense in terms of the order of operations or the structure to go by? Ms. Shaw?
It's just my gut reaction to that question. I just think that's premature to be talking about that. I know we want to get this done. My gosh, I'm all over that. We're time frame, we're up against a time wall. 11th hour just about, but I'm just not, someone needs to convince me that now is the time to start talking about which of those options go on if we don't have I don't know. I guess it has to be said, but since we still don't know what the Secretary of State's going to say or Dan Clark, but that's just my comment, my first off the top of my head. I'm a little nervous about doing
Yeah,
that right now.
I understand, and I agree too. I feel like the gut check is really a hard one, given all of the things that we've discussed tonight. It is difficult, and I think that my concern, the reason that I'm asking for us to try to move forward tonight, is that I don't have confidence that the Secretary of State and Mr. Clark are going to come back until they've looked at a ballot question, and then we are now really far behind in getting the next question out. But I'm, of course, open to other opinions and ways to proceed. I'll take you, Mr. Silk, and then I'll take Ms. Dolan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of my fears is we've been getting some emails that aren't necessarily true within the content of the email. So my fear is that at what point are we going to have things continue just thrown out there to see what sticks, and then deter us from even more so of picking option 1 and option 2 that we've been studying for so long. That would be my fear, is that it's just going to get more convoluted than as clear as it could be right now, which is like mud, but that's my fear.
Ms. Dolan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm in total agreement with Ms. Shaw. I think this is premature. I think if if our commission is told to pick one option to put on the ballot and the status quo, I think it's incumbent upon us to look at the options available and have a discussion, be it the fire group first and then to the commission. I know we're under the gun, but I don't want a knee-jerk reaction and just come up with option 1 or 2 to put on the ballot because we're down to just one. I think we need to take the time. We owe it to the public. We owe it to ourselves, and try and get out of this ambiguity with regard to everything we've talked about tonight. So I think it's very premature. I'd much rather wait for a decision and then a move ahead.
So, Ms. Shaw and Ms. Dolan, what would you see as happening or going on between now and, say, 2 weeks from now? Like, what work does the commission need to do to clear up ambiguity or come forward with a different option? Option 11. I'm sorry. Ms. Shaw?
Well, I don't think we need to clear up ambiguity. I just think that we had 2 options, and that I'm just still got my head wrapped around that, and trying to think about just one now, and choosing is like like my partner likes to flip a coin. Well, that's not what we're going to do here, but that's what I suppose, if somebody voted for option 1 and it didn't fly, the charter stands as it is, which already talks about the paid and the current situation we're in now. I mean, I guess that's a possibility and an option, but that is a possibility. It doesn't leave us in the cold, without any services. I mean, it's already set in. I worry about the fact that, we're in violation of state law with our current charter language, but damn, it's been like that for a long time, and I don't know. I mean, that's my thought on it, is that if you voted for option 1 and it didn't fly, we just go back. Well, and then of course you can either vote for that and it doesn't fly, or we have the status quo, which keeps the charter as it is anyways. So does that make any sense to anybody? Thanks.
So what I'm hearing is that you want more time to think about it. It's not necessarily about more research that we need to do between now and then. It's rather thinking time. Okay. Ms. Dolan?
And thank you, Madam Chair. I would stress the time sensitivity to both the Secretary of State and Dan Clark. I mean, we have been wrestling with this, and now come to find out, we're now in total limbo on what we do to move forward. And I'm sorry, folks, we're volunteers, but the Secretary of State folks and the MSU folks, we pay them as taxpayers. They work for us, and I would hope, and I know there are a lot of study commissions out there working right now diligently, but I would say to both that we need an answer ASAP. We can't keep waiting. We've reached out apparently since beginning of last year. And the fact that we're sitting here tonight and we don't know exactly how to move forward is really, really makes you angry. Because I don't know if our questions are so complicated that they need legal opinions and everything else. We just need a way forward. So my thought is to hold this in abeyance until we get it, as such time we have a decision, then we can move forward. And hopefully we can impress upon both the Secretary of State and MSU how dire it is and time sensitive. We need an answer. So that's what I would suggest.
Mr. Steppen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I share your frustration in being at this point in the game and not knowing the process to move forward. But I'll say that I believe that we reached these two options after a good faith effort to find one good option that we just felt like our study commission wasn't going to be able to solve the riddle that so many before us just by bringing parties together. And so I believe that we created options that focus on the ambiguity in the charter. And the way I feel is if we feel comfortable enough to put both options on the ballot, we should feel comfortable enough, if we have to choose one. Because I think to think that in some time between now and when we are at the 0 hour, we can do what others before us have failed to do in 50 years. It's incumbent upon us to take the feedback we've been given from the public. And I asked this question last week and I don't disagree that who knows who answered the survey, who knows how much they really know. But I asked the question, should we be voting on how we feel about this or the public's feedback? And I asked fellow members of the commission who had sat on the commission how they thought about that. And what I thought the response I heard was, you should be representing the people, and we have feedback from the people. And so I feel like it is incumbent upon us to make that difficult decision in the case that we're told that option A is not an option. Otherwise, we've passed the problem on. And again, something needs to be done to close the loops that have been used by all sides to develop their legal opinions. We need to close the loops so that we can either step forward or things can be legally challenged to decision.
Thank you. Mr. Dennehy?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, if you look at the legislative history of this decision, started in 1977 when consolidation happened. And it was a very hard decision trying to unite the county and the city of Butte. And so they decided to do that based on the vote of the people. And I believe at that time it was a very significant vote. I don't know the legislative history, but I think the consolidation plan was well represented in winning that vote. And then you look at the legislative history from 1977, and then we go to 1986, where the study commission met, and it seemed to me, because I was there as the ad hoc member, that the question of confusion with both the fire, the paid, the career, and the volunteer fire department didn't come up. And then in 1996, we changed our mind again and said, well, we added a volunteer coordinator, fire coordinator, because we're having some disagreements. And then in 2006, decided not to have a fire coordinator. That was voted out. Maybe we're having some more disagreements. So my point is that the legislative history is pretty unclear about what people want and what they don't want when they go to the ballot. And then House Bill 547, that was passed through the process of the legislature last year. Both the House and the Senate heard those debates from a lot of interest groups. And I would dare to say both career and volunteer and rural fire departments had their say in front of the House and in front of the Senate. And then there's a conference committee in the process, and they figured out what the process was and what there was the difference between the House and Senate bill, and they worked that out. Then it goes to the governor, and the governor says, rightfully so, listen, this isn't a state issue. This is a local government issue. This is a charter issue. This is a Butte-Silver issue. It's not the state issue. 55 out of the 56 counties are working just fine because their charter or their government has fairly specific language saying rural fire departments, rural fire districts, volunteer fire districts, and in those communities it works fine. But in ours it doesn't because we're consolidated. So that bill was vetoed with governor saying bring it back. So we're the bring it back. We're it. And we have done, I think, a very good job in this commission to try to study the issue. But we can study it again and again and again, and we'll still not have a rightful answer, a right answer. So I'm thinking, and I agree with Commissioner Steppen, that, whatever decision we make, whether it's option one or option two, it's going to probably be challenged. But in order to challenge something, we have to vote on it. And it's a very strong case if the people in this community vote for option one or option two, and they move it forward. Then the county attorney's office or whoever outside attorney that the county might engaged has a reason, has a very strong case that this is the will of the people. This is what we brought forward to them. And to continue to push this down the line, I don't think is a good policy, public policy, and I think we should make a decision. And I think we should. And I think we should do that as a contingency planning if the three options that we have in front of the Secretary of State is not moved forward because of a state regulation of the state secretary's state opinion. So I think we should vote on a contingency plan.
Ms. Dolan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As Mr. Steppen and Mr. Dennehy were talking, it made me begin to think about if we were to vote tonight on this contingency plan, and we find out a week or two from now that we go with, the Secretary of State wants us to go with the original plan, option one, option two, and status quo. If we were to vote on a contingency plan and pick option one or option two tonight, and we go back to, wait a second, our original was set to go, we are deciding for the folks. We are making a claim of option one or option two before any voter votes in November. And that's what I'm worried about. We are making a stand and taking a choice and making a choice of option one or two and status quo tonight, very premature. And if we're going to decide something for the public, which is not in our purview, we want to give them options like option one, option two, status quo. But if we decide tonight to put option one or option two as it is written now on the ballot to say this is our contingency, we're presupposing and we're making that decision ahead of what folks can determine themselves, because we're putting a stake in the ground for option one or two, and I think that's inappropriate for us to do at this point.
Ms. Shaw.
So that begs the question, what if the Secretary of State says no? You have to do this. I mean, then we're compelled to put in option 1 or 2 and status quo. Not that that's what I want, but it's a very big possibility. So rather than spinning our wheels tonight, I don't know, maybe we need to vote on whether we want to even have, I don't know, we need to know what to do after, and I'm going to guess my little niggling thinking is that they're not going to come back to us. They've already said, or at least Dan Clark has already said, this is the way it is, and setting a precedent. I know fire service is very unique to our situation, being city-county government and all the other things that have gone on for 47 years. And maybe somebody would have a case to let us do that, but we don't know. And I'm afraid we've got to have a plan B. I'm sorry, I don't know what other plan B there could be, or B. Thanks.
Mr. Steppen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that we've had to make a similar decision with everything that we have voted on. There's been differing opinions from the public on number of commissioners, full-time, part-time, and eventually we had to pick the one option that we felt was best for the community based on the community's feedback. So I think at the end of the day, we have that to fall back on if we, I think we need a contingency plan, and I think we have information to make an informed decision. I make a motion that, and I'll start with option 1, that we vote to place option 1 on the ballot with status quo as the second option.
Second.
As a contingency to the Secretary of State not approving our first option.
I second that motion.
So I have a motion from Steppen and a second from Shaw. Is there further discussion on placing option 1 and status quo as the binary option on the ballot as a contingency? Mr. Silk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My fear with option 1 is that not only were there a lot of unknowns at the beginning, there's even more unknowns now. And with the unknowns of how anything even operated, or have a really good idea of how it operated prior to consolidation, that it's potentially going to be a bigger mess if it does go to litigation than it currently is without having volunteers in the charter. One of the main protections that volunteers have is that they're listed in the charter. If they are not in the charter, there's potential that those districts would dissolve. And I'll be opposed to option 1 for those reasons, and many others of not knowing what operations, how it would work, how much it would cost. These small districts, how are they going to form if they can't financially make it happen? Are they going to consolidate? But we don't know if they can consolidate now. So there's a lot of concerns with option 1. Thank you.
Ms. Casey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I concur with what Commissioner Silk said, and I also have to look, when we consolidated, I think the folks that did this consolidation back then, they had a really heavy lift because they were consolidating lots of departments between city and county. And they also had the opportunity when I don't know this for sure, but I'm guessing they had the opportunity to look at the budgets of what those volunteers needed and also what they needed at that time for the paid. And the reason they brought them both together was in part because of budgeting and making it easier. I don't know that for sure, but I believe there was probably a method to their madness. And that may very well be, because again, when I look at the map that's been presented as a draft map of those districts, they're much smaller than I anticipated. So I do worry about the viability of the volunteers. And so I'm opposed to it. I fully agree that you need both the volunteer and the career to make this community safe, but I worry about their viability under option 1.
Ms. McCormick?
Yeah, I would like to make a substitute motion that we do not move a fire service question forward to the ballot.
Second?
So I have a substitute motion from McCormick to not move an option to the ballot. Is that ever or tonight? Okay. So okay, I'm sorry. I needed to clarify the question, or the motion, excuse me.
If we don't, if we hear, I guess we're making motions of what to do if we get a response back from the Secretary of State that we can only have 2 options on the ballot. That's what we're considering as other options. And so my option, I suggest, is to not move forward fire service questions forward to the ballot. That's my substitute motion.
Okay, Mr. Dennehy, can you help me out? Because I'm feeling like I don't understand the motion. I want to make sure I've got it correct. So your motion is to not move options to the ballot at all if the Secretary of State comes back and says we can't have a 3-part question. Okay, so
And I'll second that.
I have a motion to not move forward ballot questions at all if the Secretary of State says we can't have a 3-part question, and a second. Correct? Okay.
Madam Chair, I don't know. I think that's 2 separate. There's going to be 3 motions then. That's a separate motion than what was made before in terms of status quo and option 1. I think this is a separate question that says let's not move any of those motions forward. Let's be silent on the issue. Sorry about the silence. Probably not what you meant. You just don't want to move that decision to the voters or on the ballot at this time. And then I would imagine the third option would be status quo in option 2. So I don't know if there can be a substitute motion, or can there, Sid? Lori, I'm sorry.
Ms. Casey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe there can be a substitute motion, because if option 1 were to say pass by this committee, then it goes on, as a contingency, it would go on the ballot. So what Commissioner McCormick's saying is she wants to substitute that motion, and she wants us to vote first to not put anything as a contingency plan on the ballot, to remove fire from the ballot. And if that were to pass, then we would not be voting on whether we are going to place option 1 or option 2 on the ballot.
And I just wanted to be clear that that means forever, not just tonight. Sorry, I apologize.
I don't, excuse me, Madam Chair. It's a contingency on the Secretary of State coming back and saying that we can have 3 options, or 2 options in contingency. If they come back and say yes, then as I assume, then that would move forward. We voted on that, and that would move forward. But if they come back and say no, then we're not going to move anything forward.
Thank you for that clarification. I have Mr. Thielen. I'll take you, Mr. Dolan. Ms. Dolan.
So, with Ms. McCormick's option, the way I get it, we're just going to be kicking the can down the road again. And I'm sorry, for me, I can't do that. That's what we got elected to do, was to do the hard things. And kicking the can down the road just isn't it for me. So I would be a nay.
Ms. Dolan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question on the motion and the question with regard to our time frame, and we have to get something to the county attorney by July 7th. Right now, it's May 18th. How far ahead would we need that decision from the Secretary of State and Dan Clark in order to maintain our progress? I think we really need to put, the feet to the fire on both the Secretary of State and Dan Clark to get us an answer ASAP. I hope that, tomorrow, the next day, we can have an answer in our inboxes so we can move ahead. But clearly, I think it's very frustrating to try and work and move forward with all of these contingencies. I still think we should hold it in abeyance.
Mr. Steppen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just so as a matter of process, how do we address, we have two motions and seconds that are competing on the floor. And I'm not familiar with substitute motions, so maybe enlighten me.
Just call me Madam Chair, sorry. Or just call me Madam as Butte. That was one of my favorite lines. So what happens is you have the motion, the original motion, but then you have a substitute. That is the first thing that we vote on. And then if it's voted down, then we go back to the original motion and then we vote on that one. If it prevails, then it prevails. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms.
Yep.
Shaw. To the timeline question, Ms. Dolan, so our report is due July 7th. So the ballot questions, our clerk and recorder wanted them by June 8th. Has her drop dead date. She was hoping to have them, next week or this week if she can get them, so she can get them moving through to Secretary of State. I think, if we need to be more pedestrian, next Monday is probably it. And that, June 1st. I'm skipping next Monday, but June 1st would probably be the last meeting in which we'd have any chance of doing any more work. And especially given that it took us, well over a month to finish our preliminary report, I want to have as much time as possible, especially given our need for high quality educational materials coming out of that report and time for us to deliberate the report itself. Okay, so I have the substitute motion on the floor, and I have the second. Is there further discussion on the substitute motion? We had Mr. Thielen's comment. Anything else? Mr. Steppen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just so we're clear, a vote in the affirmative would mean we're done talking about fire services, nothing going on the ballot. A vote against your substitute motion, we would then pick up the previous motion's conversation. Okay. Thanks for hanging with me through that. Appreciate it.
Ms. Shaw.
Now I'm going to be the dummy and I'm asking a question. So I would think that we still need to vote if we want to make option 2. I mean, that's got to be out there as well. I mean, we can't just have this happen if let's say Mary, and nothing against Mary's thing, but if hers flies, then that means that we're not going to put, that's just the way it's going to be. Then what do we do about the possibility of voting on option 2? Right. Maybe we need a motion to end all motions to put option 2 on there because that can be done. There's a third option is a motion to end all motions to say I want option 2 on there along with the status quo. I'm just saying that, I'm not making that up. That's just the way it would have to happen.
I guess my understanding was that we would vote on her motion. If it is voted yes, then there's no need to make a motion for option 2.
That's right.
But if it's no, we would likely vote on the previous motion that's on the table. And I would anticipate another motion for option 2, depending on the option 1
But
outcome.
just as a devil's advocate, if Mary's went through, then that would be the end of the discussion.
Correct.
So
I think we're all
unless
under
somebody
that.
makes a motion to end all motions and proposes option 2, I guess,
You can't triple stamp a double stamp.
Ms. Dolan?
Madam Chair, we're just voting on the contingency plan. We're not voting on getting rid of everything and the baby in the bathwater. This is just the contingency plan for option, a option and a status quo, and if we want to go down that road. The others, we've already voted on that for option 1, option 2, and the status quo, which we had been working on for a year and a half. That's set. This is just the contingency in case we ever get an answer from the Secretary of State.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Casey?
I wonder if it would be clearer if, and I don't know how to end the motions that are out there, but maybe we should vote whether we want to do a contingency plan first. And just have that yes, no on whether we want to do a contingency plan in case the Secretary of State says no to all 3 options. Then we would come back and we might have 3 motions for not on the ballot, option 1 or option 2. Maybe that would be clearer, but I don't know how to end the motions either.
I think Ms. Shaw gave you the directions for that, so it would be a motion to end all motions, correct? And that would be the language that you were proposing, that we're not going to bring forward a contingency.
Madam Chair, I would make a motion to end all motions that we vote on whether or not we want to do a contingency plan.
Is there, okay, so I have a motion to end all motions by Casey and a second by Dolan. Whew. And the question, on the question, thank you. I appreciate the coaching, Ms. Shaw. Now we can discuss again. Mr. Steppen.
I'm assuming that your motion would be for a contingency plan or not, instead of yes or no.
Madam Chair, I'll amend my motion to end all motions to vote, to make a motion to vote for a contingency plan.
Okay. Amended motion to end all motions to vote for a contingency plan, and a second from Steppen. Okay. So now the aye vote and the nay vote. Aye is voting to end the motion
For
for contingency plan, and nay is voting against a contingency plan. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yes.
Okay. Any more clarifications or questions?
Please no.
I will start with you, Ms. Casey.
Aye for a contingency plan.
Ms. Dolan,
Nay?
Mr. Thielen,
Aye.
Mr. Steppen,
Aye.
Mr. Dennehy,
Aye.
Mr. Silk,
Aye.
Ms. Shaw,
Aye.
Ms. McCormick, and I vote aye. So the motion to end all motion carries. So we have that carried. So now we can have another discussion about another motion to bring forward a contingency plan. Yes? Okay. Mr. Steppen.
So are we back to your motion, or is your motion the same as no contingency? Your motion's different. Okay. Yeah.
We start over. Yeah. Mr. Steppen?
I'd like to make a motion that we place option 1 on the ballot with status quo as the second option as a contingency.
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion for option 1 and a second by Shaw. Further discussion. Ms. McCormick.
I would like to make a motion that we remove fire services from consideration as a ballot issue.
Second?
I apologize, this chair is kind of flummoxed. So we just did this, though. Can we do it again? Okay, so now we're saying we have an alternate motion to not have any contingency plan. So, I'm sorry, I apologize. I am really, really needing assistance. Yes, please.
Okay. We had a motion to end all motions that we voted to do, okay? We voted to have it. So here we go. We go back to what Mary, and she had the,
My motion is to
Substitute motion, yeah.
substitute motion to remove fire services as a ballot issue if the Secretary of State comes back and says that we can only have one option on ballot.
okay.
And then that was seconded by Dolan. So we would need to vote on the, your motion, the second motion, the alternative motion. Ms. Casey.
So, Madam Chair, I think I need to do this so that we're voting on all three. I would make a motion to amend, or to end all motions, that we place option number 2 on the ballot as a contingency plan if the Secretary of State does not leave us have both options on.
So I have a motion to end all motions, that option 2 would be placed on the ballot as a contingency plan. Is there a second? Mr. Dennehy seconds? Okay. So I have a motion to end all motions from Casey to place option 2 on the ballot if, as a contingency plan, if the Secretary of State says we cannot have the 3-part question, and it's seconded by Dennehy.
We're on the question now.
Okay. All right. So for the question, I vote is to place 2 on the ballot. Nay would be to not place it on the ballot.
Is there anything on the question?
Okay, yes. Is there any discussion on the question? Ms. Dolan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So does that motion to end all motions usurp what Commissioner McCormick did and Mr. Steppen did with option 1, and taking it out? It supersedes those other 2 motions, so if we vote on the option 2, then that's the prevailing vote.
Correct.
Well, why can't, okay, whatever. I'm so confused now.
If they can be separate, but we're leaving option 2 out of a vote, if they can be separated, I don't know, but I mean, right now, as is, if Mary's prevails, option 1 and option 2 are off the table. But if Mary's doesn't prevail to not put fire on the ballot, option 2 goes to a vote. I guess if it ends, option 1 goes to a vote. If that ends, I guess we could have a third motion to put option 2, but I just didn't want to leave option 2 off of any voting.
Ms. Dolan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Understood, and I think you're right in thinking process-wise, but because it's a motion to end all motions, it usurps what we could be voting on with option 1 and with Mary's, her idea. So having that motion and all motions usurps those 2, and if we vote on just that one, then we don't get to vote on the other 2. And that goes right to then that goes as our option, and I think we need to do them separately to get the vote in.
Okay, Mr. Steppen, and then I'll come around.
Trying to wrap my head around this. Am I correct in that the first motion was whether or not to even have a contingency? And then Mary's motion was her idea of a contingency was not put anything on the ballot as a contingency. And so my understanding with that as a substitute motion would be that we would discuss and vote on that. And my motion, if yours failed, would be discussed and voted upon, still leaving the option to have a third motion of option 2. Is that what the intent was? Because I hear what you're saying, by way of process, a motion to end all motions strikes everything else, and now we're just focused on one. When you were trying to, and so, right, so,
I don't know, Madam Chair, maybe we could withdraw all motions, Mary make the first motion on that. Will that be easier? I will withdraw my motion to amend. Maybe Mary withdraws her substitute. We withdraw the original motion if we can. I think that would be legit. And then Mary would make her motion first, then we'll go to, if it doesn't pass, then we'll move on. Would that be easier? And can we do that?
So, first of all, we decided to have a contingency plan, and that was, and that flew because even though it was a motion, no motions, but then we start all over again, and then we vote for one, option one and the status quo, and then option two as status quo. They need to be done separately. Now, you can within those have a substitute motion, but in this case, I think it should go easily because you're just voting for yea or nay.
What about Mary's motion, though?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I meant all three of those. Excuse me. They all three should be separately voted on. Yes, absolutely. But I agree we should probably back out of the last couple, but keep the one that we did vote to have a contingency plan. That's a done deal. We'll leave that in.
Yeah, that's been made, so I would withdraw my,
And you need to withdraw a second, whoever did that as well.
I withdraw my second.
Okay, so the motion and all motions has been withdrawn, so we still have the motion to have no ballot issues as a contingency.
I withdraw my motion.
Okay, so the motion has been withdrawn and second has been withdrawn, and now we have option one left. Okay. And we can start with voting on that motion. We don't need to withdraw that one and start all over. Okay, so Ms. Dolan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Shouldn't we start with Mary's first, because that's the precedent, and then we can do option one, option two? Otherwise, we'll be just in the same boat 5 minutes from now.
Okay, but we just withdrew it, so are we not withdrawing it?
well, I think the understanding was I was probably going to withdraw mine. So
Okay.
I will withdraw my motion. And now we have no motions.
Okay,
Not yet.
I'm going to make a motion that we withdraw with fire services from consideration as a ballot issue in the event that the Secretary of State says that we cannot have two options and the existing charter language on the ballot.
okay, so I have a motion from McCormick and a second from Dolan that we're withdrawing fire services as a ballot issue in the contingency that the Secretary of State says we cannot have a three-part question. Whew. Thank you for one motion at a time. I appreciate you all. Any further discussion on the question? Mr. Steppen.
I would just say that to me, voting on having contingency means that we would bring something forward. That's, but I'm ready to move through the process here.
Any other comments? All right, I'm going to start with you, Ms. McCormick. Ms. Shaw.
Aye.
Mr. Soak.
Nay.
Mr. Dennehy.
Nay.
Mr. Steppen.
Nay.
Mr. Thielen.
Nay.
Ms. Dolan. Ms. Casey.
nay.
And I also vote nay. So the motion fails. All right, do we have a second or another motion? Mr. Steppen.
I make a motion that we place option one on the ballot with the second option being status quo as a contingency awaiting the Secretary of State's decision.
Second.
Okay, so I had 2 seconds there. Does anybody care? Okay, so Mr. Steppen has made a motion to place option one on the ballot as a contingency with status quo as the second question, should the Secretary of State say that we cannot have a three-part question, and Mr. Thielen has seconded that. Is there any further discussion on the question? Okay, I'm going to start on your side, Ms. Casey.
Nay.
Ms. Dolan. Mr. Thielen.
Aye.
Mr. Steppen.
Nay.
Mr. Dennehy.
Nay.
Mr. Silk.
Nay.
Ms. Shaw.
Aye.
Ms. McCormick. And I also vote nay. So the motion.
Madam Chair,
Excuse me?
I want to withdraw my vote, and I want to go with aye. I didn't understand that. I'm half asleep.
With nay?
No, did I say nay?
You said aye.
Well, say nay. Damn it, no, no.
Okay, so Mr. Thielen, you do not want to place option 1 on the ballot? Nay. Okay. So that motion fails. Thank you, Mr. Steppen. All right, Mr. Steppen.
I'll make a motion to place option 2 on the ballot with status quo as the second option as contingency based on the Secretary of State's decision.
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion to place option 2 on the ballot with status quo as a contingency if the Secretary of State does not allow a three-part question, and a second by Dennehy. Is there further discussion on the question? All right. Ms. McCormick. Ms. Shaw.
Nay.
Mr. Silk.
Aye.
Mr. Dennehy.
Yeah, aye.
Mr. Steppen.
Aye.
Mr. Thielen.
Aye.
Ms. Dolan. Ms. Casey.
Aye.
And I also vote aye. So the motion carries to place option 2 on the ballot as a contingency if the Secretary of State says there's not a three-part question. Mr. Thielen.
You know, in my heart of hearts, I really don't think we're going to hear from the Secretary of State. So with that, we're going to have to think of Plan C, because A and B, I don't think are going to cut it. I don't think they're going to get back to us. I don't think Dan Clark's going to get back to us. So we got to think of something.
We just moved option 2 to the ballot, though, so that's our, yeah. Yep. Ms. Casey?
Madam Chair, I believe the Secretary of State will respond because they have to respond to all the ballot questions and say whether they go on or not. That's why the clerk and recorder needs time to submit them. So while it may be the last hour, I believe we will hear whether that can be posed as the ballot question.
Ms. McCormick?
I mean, isn't what we just,
Yes. Yeah. Correct. Ms. Dolan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Have we given our timeframe to the Secretary of State and Dan Clark? Do they realize that June 8th is literally right around the corner and we need an answer? I mean, I can't articulate how frustrated I am at this moment, sitting in this chair and making these decisions for our community when we are tied to decisions, again, made by people who don't live in Butte and are deciding our fate. It's really extremely frustrating.
Ms. Dolan, we did reach out again. We put that in the, we being Mr. Enruth made his email request, and he said to get that ticket. They're kind of going through this ticket system now with Law Center. I also made the request. I also stopped by the Secretary of State's office personally. Unfortunately, I got there late in the afternoon and was not able to be seen. I can try that again tomorrow. I'll be in Helena again tomorrow. Willing to do that for us. Yeah, go early, right? And I appreciate the work, folks. I know this decision was extremely hard, and I know that we really want to have a three-part question because we feel that is in the best interest of our voters. But we're going to do what we can at this point, given the information we have. So again, I appreciate you all very much. We do not have a public hearing tonight. The other scheduled matters is just that we will not meet next Monday because of the holiday, but our next meeting will be on June 1st here in the council chambers. Hopefully, we've pushed the Secretary of State and Mr. Clark to get us a decision, and we can further have deliberations and discuss our final report. Is there anything else for the good of the order? Ms. Shaw?
I just want to thank everybody on this board for doing what you've done, and I mean, we all have our citizens in mind. That's the bottom line, and the only reason, I just want to say on my behalf, the reason, like Matt, I really believe that is the will of the people, but the reason I mentioned that there is still a status quo line that kind of puts us back in the same place we're at is not a total loss for that, so I just felt that to give a little more of a balance for that. But thank you, Raylan, so much for your leadership. I can't tell you how much we appreciate you. And I hope that I didn't mess things up, but suddenly I remembered how I had to sit up in that chair, and I don't know how many times we get clean down to the motion and all motions, and I had to write it down because I couldn't remember who did it, and it's like, yeah, anyway. That's why I made the big bucks, just saying.
Yeah,
Bye.
I appreciate you as well, Ms. Shaw. Thank you for coaching. All right, Mr. Thielen?
I too would like to thank everybody for what they're doing. I might have sounded a little harsh earlier, but my allergies kicked my butt. So anyways, everybody travel safe, go home. I make a motion to adjourn.
Is there a second? And I have a second from Silk. Anybody opposed, please feel free to stay. And if not, we'll see you in 2 weeks.
Thanks for your double. Hurry up, Lori, God damn it. Hey, you seconded it. I know I did.
Well, and that's it, but, and I understand she's worked